mass is at 1,500 kilograms. Pull up. Pull up. Over G. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
Operation failed. Return to base.
Stupid ass wall. I was turning away from it so it wouldn't reset me, and it fucking did it anyway, even though I was going away from it, or so I thought. I usually use it to my advantage and just pull up and then spawn over them, but I didn't want to do it that way this time. Should've just went ahead and did it, I guess. Fucking irritation. Oh well.
destroyed the enemy's base. Now victory will come easily. Our base is destroyed, but we can still win the day.
Take him down!
sea.
Thank you very much. Our base is destroyed, but we can still win the day. Destroy the target! Engaging the enemy!
Attention to the designated grid square.
船体破損。機関部が機能停止。
Our guest this week on Veterans Chronicles is Jerry Wolf. He's a World War II veteran of the U.S. Army Air Corps. He served as a flight engineer and top turret gunner on B-17 bombers. He was also a prisoner of war in Germany for a year. Jerry, thank you very much for being here and sharing your story. Where, sir, were you born and raised?
Brooklyn, New York, born April 27, 1924. Okay, guess my youth, everything was just as normal as anybody else, and I guess I did a little veteran school. I graduated high school. I started college. I don't think I was 18, okay? And I remember asking permission to smoke a pipe because if I went to have lunch with someone in the college cafeteria, they're offering you cigarettes or whatnot, okay? So I started smoking to make it look like I was older with a pipe.
So were you a senior in high school or a freshman in college when the Japanese attacked
I had
Pearl Harbor?
a year and a half, almost 2 years at college. No, when Pearl Harbor happened, okay, I and 5 of my friends, okay, were in a pool, shooting pool, okay, and everybody stopped suddenly, and you're hearing, where is Pearl Harbor? Well, what's going on? What's this? And then, of course, when you went home, okay, and then you went back to school, the papers and everything carried, we were bombed, we were attacked, and that was a big amount when the ship went down to it. Then they made the draft, okay. I went back to college. I wasn't 18. I wanted to fly. My mother said, no, please don't. And I made a promise to my mother I would not fly. We were losing professors, and then along came an offer that we couldn't refuse. It was getting near Christmas. As a gift for all of us who were going to go to the service, we'd get credit for the term without taking any exams or whatnot, because you were going to parties, you were going, see people that you didn't see, you were going to be leaving soon, or you thought you were going to be up front and quit. Well, anyway, I decided to enlist. When I went, back it was Thanksgiving, there was about 6 of us from the college. At first, I was trying out or working out with the wrestling team, and the Marines came in and they said, don't enlist and we'll stop you from the draft, okay, we'll take you when we want you. But I didn't want any part of the Marines. I went to the Air Corps, okay? When I said, I was a pilot, gun, they didn't want any flying personnel, no gunners, no pilots, navigator, bombardier. Incidentally, most of the navigators and bombardiers were washed out pilots. The reason being either they didn't have the reflexes or the quickness or what it was. And they showed that they didn't get airsick. That was a major requirement, because if you got airsick, you were of no value up in the air. Well, anyway, I went there. Okay, you're taking a battery of tests and whatnot. And they said, no, we have nothing flying or whatnot. I had been working. My dad had his own little business, plumbing and heating. Okay, I knew tools and different things, some electricity, oil burners, and different things. And I said, I'm going to go enlist. I was now a little over 18. I enlisted in the Army Air Corps as a airplane mechanic. We went from Camp Upton, New York, to Miami for basic. Okay, we stayed in basic a couple of weeks, marching around Miami. We had a beautiful hotel on the waterfront, and it was really very nice. Okay, I remember New Year's Day, I was on the train, KP, and we were on our way to Amarillo, Texas, where I was going to go to sort of basic training and basic airplane mechanics. Amarillo, wonder if you hear somebody duck, drop to the ground, I guess as an 18-year-old, I had my first taste of anti-Semitism. How we got to walk on the main street, we headed in that direction. There were about 6 of us, and we picked up some young ladies. We started to walk. This is the town, 2 blocks, and that's Amarillo. Okay, and it was a big Levine's department store. And this one guy, that was him, always was picking. Hey, Jerry, a relative of yours? And I didn't like the tone. I don't know. Could be. I have to wait to go back to Barry. P.S. I got a letter from home. Go to Louise to Boston. We went back the next day. Again, we met the girls, and we're walking. This girl started to cry. She was really bawling. And again, I ran up. They were about maybe a half a block ahead of us, the rest of the group. And, hey, Jerry, show her your horns. She thinks Jews have horns. Oh, P.S. I never spoke to that guy again. I mean, I never heard, that story you wanted. And you're finding out the attitude, for some reason, which you don't know, they didn't like you. You were Jewish. Okay? Well, anyway, I got to see my cousin, and it was Easter. I spent Passover with them. Okay, and then when I came back to go back to school, I did well, I graduated, and they sent me to Seattle, Washington, to Boeing, okay, where I was now on B-29s and B-17s, and we were testing them as the plane of day came out. Okay, we went to Salt Lake City, and I thought we were going to be geared to go to the Philippines on B-29s. Okay, the B-29 was not going to be used in the European theater as such that I knew about, because you didn't have the newspapers or things that you can tell. Well, anyway, we got there to Salt Lake City. The colonel had us come out, and then he said to the whole group, there must have been 80 to 100, you all volunteered for gunnery. What? We're flying? Yes. Kingman, Arizona, Las Vegas. We became a gunner. The good old Army. There were a lot who did not make it because they got airsick. I wanted to fly, and I was the happiest guy. Okay, it was twin cockpit. You had the back cockpit, pilot in the front. There was a machine gun on it. Took you over water, and you had a tow target, and then you would take take you a certain distance, and you try to hit the tow target to it. Each day, you had a different color bullet. So they would count how many blue holes, how many red holes, because there was wet paint on the edge of each of your bullets. Okay, it was really very interesting. You had to stand up, sort of aim your machine gun, and then if you finished, you were to wave your machine gun, and he would just go, and then the next plane was coming in, firing at the target. Okay, and when I got back, you were sort of guaranteed you're going to pass. It was about halfway through the course, one of the instructors came over and said, "How you doing?" Okay, and he introduced me to the pilot, and they looked at it. What was my record? They said, "You're doing okay." What do you mean? Otherwise, we would take you right up to the target. And then he actually told me, "You didn't get sick. You're what we need." Okay, P.S., okay, you finished. We had to really learn the 50 caliber machine gun. We could break it down, blindfold, and then we went on. Okay, places I never heard of. Ephrata, Washington, Walla Walla, Washington, okay, and now you're meeting other airmen, Charlie, Tex, Bud, and myself, the four of us. Charlie was also a mechanic. Okay, we met our pilot, A.J. Mathias. For a long time, he wouldn't tell us what the initials were, A.J., and then we found out Adolf J. Mathias, and he didn't like that. Okay, so you never called him A.J. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Anyway, he went interviewing all of us, and when he heard that I had gone to Boeing for special B-17s, especially, okay, that he didn't want me in the ball turret. I was the shortest guy. He wanted me behind him as his counselor, guide, or tell him what it was. Okay, we started to train. We didn't have a co-pilot. We had a navigator and a bombardier. Okay, I would get the northern bomb sight. You practice with 4 or 6 100-pound sand bombs, and we were just flying. I had with him, almost alone, about 20 landings. You come in, land, taxi out, and go up again. And it was like, for him, he graduated, and he was a P-38, okay? And now he's driving a big 18 Mack truck, a B-17. But we became pretty good friends, and I enjoyed going with him to the link trainer, and I would taxi the plane and sit in the co-pilot's seat. Okay, then we went to Ardmore, Oklahoma. And again, we were told that we have to complete so many days, and the last procedure would be you had to fly over Texas from Ardmore, Oklahoma, 3 miles out into the ocean, and do target practice with an airplane and a big
The enemy has captured most
tail
of the strategic zones.
thing. Okay, and if we get there earlier, we will get leave. Okay, we did it. We went through, and we finally got out there. I did my first piece of mechanic. We were flying through over Texas, and we had to refuel. And one of the planes, there were 6 of us, one of the planes' fuel pump went. I replaced it. Okay, but we went out to there, came back, and now we graduated and we got our wings. Why they picked me, I don't know. Maybe I was a loudmouth. I don't know. But they said, go ask the general. When are we going home? Went over. General looked at me. I'm to his sort of left. And he said, did you honestly believe me? My arm went back. My pilot just picked me up and walked me away. I'd never been home. They hadn't seen me in uniform. I had known Doris. Okay, that's a picture.
Enemy is winning. Let's counterattack.
It was taken 1940 in Coney Island. I carried that. And first I called home and said, I'm not coming home. Okay, they were going to come out to say goodbye to me. Okay, my mother had never left Brooklyn. And I called Doris and said, I think I like her. I told her, I'm not coming home, but I want to get you a gift. My sister is coming. P.S. When I come home, I would, replace the gift or get you a gift. Anyway, my mother left. The day she got home, we were called out. Seems another crew member's aunt got to General Julio and said, you wrote and said any veteran or any soldier going overseas would get a leave of absence. We got a 9-day delay en route. I found out what furlough and delay en route. Furlough, you're going back to the place that you're going. You can leave things. Delay en route, you had to take everything. Your parachutes, your this, even though you didn't carry it. The duffel bag, the B4 bag. I mean, you had everything. Heavy leather suit. P.S. I got home, okay. I have a cousin who was a jeweler. He did not want to get me a watch. He said they're no good, but they had something new, a cocktail ring. It's got chips and some semi-precious stones. P.S. Doris agreed. It was a friendship ring. We went. I worked on her
The
ring.
enemy is
I
winning.
left.
We've
Okay,
got to
and we went to Kearney,
counterattack.
Nebraska. Okay, we received our pistols, 45, because you wore a parachute harness and a Mae West, you had to carry your 45 as a shoulder holster. Okay, we learned how to clean the Cosmoline off the 45 and do different things. I was the only one that was given a live clip, and my top turret got about 50 to 100 on a belt of ammunition. Okay, and we were ferrying a B-17 to England. Okay, we left. We couldn't ride home, but the Look magazine had the route. We went from Kearney, Nebraska, to Presque Isle, Maine, to Newfoundland, to Prestwick, Scotland. Okay, we became airborne. We left at night, and we had a strange person now coming with us. We have getting a new navigator. What happened? Well, where's John? Okay, John Little. And then they said they didn't want to tell us, the officers. Okay, he came down with a venereal disease. So we got a new navigator. And it was some breakout for him to scan the sky going over the ocean, the new navigator, but he was good.
That story.
Okay. Well, again, I was to be a replacement in this. They were going to use our plane, okay? No, not our plane, but I was not going to fly the top turret because they had a gunnery system, okay? I was asked to fly the waist, okay, which made it even worse to me, as you know, to come up. Well, anyway, I looked, around and I said, am I the only Jew that's afraid? Yes, I'm afraid. Well, so what? I trained. I'm supposed to be good. My gunnery was good. Well, anyway, I went, okay. It was very interesting to learn their method. The top turret controlled who sees who or whatnot. Basically, everyone on the plane sees out, okay, and see your area. If you see an airplane, they were to report to the top turret. Let's say the tail saw it, and a plane at 6 o'clock, okay, Tex, you got him, which meant that Tex is going to stay with him till he knows friend or foe. If it's foe, everybody can shoot or turn towards him, because top turret, ball turret, tail, nose can go 360. Okay, so you can, you're going around. Okay, and we also had, they gave us in the plane a box of silver paper called chaff, bundles of silver paper. And I said, what's this? My job was to throw it out. Okay, that is supposed to divert the German radar to follow the chaff. Well, anyway, we didn't see any fighters, but I
We
swear
need to put more
that
pressure
flak
on the enemy. They're
was
winning.
enough to walk on. And the first flight was Berlin. It is the worst target in Europe. 1,088 guns, no matter what angle you're coming in. The 88 is shooting at you. You're at 24,000. Their gun will shoot higher than that, okay? And they use proximity fuses. They knew your altitude and they knew your speed. They didn't have to hit you, the shell would explode, and you're going through the shrapnel. So it's almost like on the bottom, on the ground, cannon bursting and the pieces of shell flying everywhere. Hopefully, they hope that it would hit the engine, pieces of shell or something. Okay, when I got back, we didn't fly till about 7 days or 8 days from it. But something which I didn't understand at first, and then it came to me when I met the crew that I flew with the first mission. They asked me my name, okay, and rank, okay, and handed me, before we took off, handed me a piece of paper with my name on a little piece of cheese paper. We got back, okay, they told you, put you with your heart stands, tie you down, you take off your parachute and put it where ours was in the hut, okay, and up drives a truck. It's like a station wagon. I mean, like a sandwich
If we don't do
wagon.
something fast,
Lunch
the enemy
wagons.
will win.
Okay? And who's driving it and who's on board? The doctors, the flight surgeons. You hand in the piece of paper. I want Canadian Club, double shot. Hey, Doc, we can't drink and fly. I got the briefing. We didn't know. It was the beginning. He said, if we don't calm you, you're not coming back. So I got 24 double shots more. If I did 25 missions. And if the strange thing was, there was a group of women in England who wrote us up in the paper that the Americans teach the teenagers to drink. But the books would not, say. And from what I understand, the flight surgeons, they carried it on at the beginning of the Vietnam. If not, they gave you phenobarbital or something like that Okay, it was the beginning. Okay, some of the crews were refusing to fly. What you saw were planes going down. You got, and we didn't know the numbers that were there. I only know the number of planes that I had on the day I was shot down because of that mission. But a plane had at least, I think, over 1,000 planes. Okay, they're on fire. You're seeing guys jump out. You're seeing their parachute open and burn. They pull too soon. The chute goes 30, 40 feet above you. Engines are bellowing flame or the wing. Okay, so you don't want to open it. Too late for them. And you make up your mind, if I have to jump, I'm going to count to 50. Forget the 25. Okay, it went on, and our own mission, okay, we did pretty good, but we got 2 replacements. We didn't see any fighters, but we saw, again, plenty of flag. I forgot which target it was, but let me get to, we did another Berlin. I don't know if that was the 8th or 9th or 10th. We were on the bomb run. Okay, now you had the northern bomb site, which can drop a pickle in a barrel, and you can do it in a 10-minute bomb run. But because you had so many planes, they had to get you centered in a way. So anywhere from the initial point, which could be here, and you're the target, straight, level, no up, no down, no change in the speed. You got anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes flying. And that aircraft is just pounding away. And all you can do is just stay there, hump down, and you can hear, again, the aluminum, you can hear the pieces bursting through. And you know, when you get landed, you start counting holes. And nobody was hurt or what. Okay, now this went on for a couple missions. We were fortunate. I don't remember exactly where we were in view of saying, okay, you're 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and you're 10 feet apart. You're flying somebody's wing. If you're on the inside and get hit, there could be a crash. You're losing altitude. Well, anyway, we were on a run to Berlin, okay? Number 2 engine, which is the left engine, was hit because I heard it and you could see it, the smoke bellowing or whatnot. Okay, we put the fire out. Okay, we didn't leave. We were still flying on the 3 engines with the other 5 guys. Okay, and we went in, dropped the bombs, and you do 180, go. Okay, and something was bothering me. We did 180, and engineer to bolt-towed gunner, Charlie, come back. What? Check number 2. Number 2 calls back, clean cowling. Holy Moses, that means gasoline sport. I can transfer fuel. Behind me are the valves. I can transfer from 2 tank to 1, 3, and 4. Okay? And we're riding, okay? I transferred, I don't know how much from that tank to each tank, okay? And I'm still not feeling that calm. Engineer to navigator, okay? It was like a shot. You could hear a pin drop. Navigator to engineer, go. I want an ETA, estimated time of arrival. He says, I know what you're talking about. Give me a couple minutes.
If we don't do
Call
something
back.
fast, the enemy will win.
7.5 hours. Okay? Okay. Anything else? No. What's how bad? I said, I don't know. I transferred fuel. I don't know. We have an emergency airfield when you cross the channel. I'd like to go in there. Let me know when we hit the coast. Okay, we're flying along. No fighters that day either. We saw them off in the distance, but again, plenty of planes were hit like we were flak. Okay, and we get to the coast, and I want to talk to the pilot now, and got the co-pilot. He's the only one that's on intercom. Oh, let me just say that the only malfunctioning thing we had to attend with was your oxygen mask. For some reason, they heated the gloves. You had silk gloves underneath. They heated the boots. They never heated that. Okay, which meant that there's a condensation and it freezes. And out you go. You're not gonna die, but you're out. Okay, so you keep breaking your mask to keep it from, hardening or to whatever it is. Well, anyway, it's normally minus 52, but anyway, we're coming around, and I said to the co-pilot after he asked for an oxygen jet that I'd like to go to the airfield, the emergency, and we'll see what happens then. So he switched with the pilot.
More pressure on the enemy.
Now have the pilot. How bad is it, Jeff? You hear? Transfer fuel? I don't know. Again, that's the same story. We're holding with the three. No, we're going with the group. I don't know how many miles it is from the coast to our airfield. Okay, we're number 7 to land, and you're circling. Number 1 screwed up. You start with no way, Jose. I took the very pistol, put it in, a red flare. I disobeyed direct order. He turned around to me. And by this time, I'm hearing his radio crackle. Anti to W, William, prepare for crash landing. Okay. He came now. He turned to me. I was going to be a buck private. Okay? Because I disobeyed his direct order. He was going in with the group. He did a beautiful landing, taxi down the runway, turns off the runway, 3 engines come out. He turned to me and said, "Don't ever let me do it again." We became the best of friends. We didn't even have fumes. We were out of gas. And so yes, I learned it was just a hunch. Other times, I think we came in with 3 engines about 4 or 5 times, okay? You transferred fuel, okay? You had enough. I guess you had a good wind, to help you because the hours were different and things like that. But again, so you had now, the plane to worry other than that. But again, he never, did anything like that again. Yes.
Mr. Wolf, let's take another break. We'll be right back with your amazing story of great service to our country on Veterans Chronicles. We are back on Veterans Chronicles on the Radio America Network. I'm Greg Columbus, joined in studio today by Jerry Wolf, World War II veteran of the U.S. Army Air Corps. He served as a flight engineer and top turret gunner on B-17 bombers and was a prisoner of war in Germany for a year. And Jerry, it was your 25th bombing mission where your plane was shot down. Tell us what happened that day.
It all started, the target was Magdeburg, an oil refinery. Okay, there was a 1-hour delay. Okay, we were not supposed to fly that day. Okay, the night before, we were told first that we would do a week's leave, the flak leave, okay, and that they were going to use our plane or whatnot. Why are we flying? The pilot volunteered the plane and us. So we took off an hour late. Okay, so we started out with a little haziness. Okay, we had nothing wrong that we saw or anything, and we're now approaching the outskirts of the target of Magdeburg. P.S. Out of nowhere, it started to explode. Okay, and I saw this ME-109. Okay, his first shell
We don't do something
hit
fast. The enemy will
where the
win.
bombardier and navigator almost blew the navigator's leg off, and something came into the top turret and knocked me off the pedestal that I stand on. Okay, and here I am standing. Okay, I have no oxygen. It ripped the lines. I have no intercom. Okay, but I took off the one glove. I had the silk gloves, and you could feel in here. Okay, we had heated suits. I felt the suit torn, the wires had broken. And later, I saw when I got on the ground that the long johns were cut. So something that hit me was sharp on the sides, hit me flat. Okay, I yelled, "I'm hit," but nobody heard me because my intercom was off. Okay, I'm looking around. We dropped the bombs. Okay, you cannot wear the parachutes in the airplane. All of us had chest chutes, and they're big and they're wide. You can't hook it on. You would not fit in the turret, or you would not fit in to the cockpit. I mean, the things like that. So the parachutes, there's a big oxygen tank to my left near the plane where you go down to the navigator and bombardier compartment. The three parachutes, pilot, co-pilot, myself, were there. Okay, but the first thing you hit, you drop your bombs. The bombs are armed. So the bomb bay was open. I don't think he closed it. I watched the navigator crawl to the hatch, okay, and it's on a curve. Okay, the big door is out in the back of the plane. Okay, you walk out. And the front, there's no, you gotta grab the top of the hatch and kick yourself out because there's a curve and you don't have full height to stand up. I watched him go out. Okay, and then I turned around again, and there's the co-pilot pointing to his chest. And I said, "He's not hit." And I'm pointing to my leg. It hurts me like hell. Okay, and points again. I said, "Something." And oh my God, there's the chutes. I jumped, grabbed, gave him his, gave the pilot his. He pointed. I could feel the pilot breathing against my back. Okay. When I got down, the bombardier had already left. The door slammed, okay, because he opened it, forced his way out. The air screen closed it. So the bombardier had pulled the pins. It didn't go out. I kicked the hatch. It went out. And I got the co-pilot. I watched the bombardier go co-pilot. I went, okay, screaming because they tell you it relieves that pressure to what it is. I don't remember anything else. I blacked out. I came to, I was bouncing. And I was in pain. I had just gone to the bathroom and the harness was not in the crotch right. That bounce hurt me. I'm starting to crawl up and then try to move the harness into the wheel part of the crotch, which I did. And then to look up, amazing. don't know your food. You have nothing to measure. You're floating. I expected to hear music. All you see is sky. And the only way you know you're dropping is you see that cloud layer below you. And you're going through it. It's beautiful to feel it. And then reality sets in. Just before that, a 109 came to me. Did 180 and left me swinging.
Weapons release.
I did not know that was a kamikaze. If I swung high enough, I'm dead. Overturns the parachute. He didn't shoot me, so he would not be blamed. It was a malfunction. So I went to straighten the harness thing. I put my hands up there. I'm seeing red drops, and I'm looking, and I can see pieces of flak in my left glove.
艦内に火災発生
Did everything,
撃破しました
with my right, and it sets in. I'm gonna kill my mother. The MIA goes home tomorrow. This was Sunday. What lays ahead? And you're living a whole life. Married, I had children, I had
We
this.
need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're
And
winning.
you're floating. And I came to this big forest, and I looked down, I could see ground, and those trees looked awful tall. I'm gonna get hung up. And I remember, if you take 3 strands and pull down and let go, you're gonna go in that direction. So I'm coming in, and I didn't like that, and I did that, I see a beautiful opening, a hut, okay, a big round bush, and a house, and I see this blue uniform come running out with the rifle. He runs to the bush, puts his back to the bush, and points the rifle. I made the mistake of watching him, and now I'm really close. I had to do what the jump over the lay level. In other words, that you're sort of flattened out because there was high power lines. So instead of coming in forward, I came in sort of half forward and backwards, and I did a sort of shoulder back roll. Okay, and there I am laying on the ground, and 3 soldiers, Bosnians, okay, pistola. And I'm saying, next. Okay, we stopped carrying the 45. There were notices that airmen opening up to shoot, okay, that up and down would make the 45 come up, and you can get a broken jaw. It would rip your pants thing and come up. So we stopped carrying it, so they can see, no pistol. P.S. I got undressed, did everything, washed. I was black and blue already, and on your harness there are 4 pouches. First one is medicine, sulfur powder, benzodine, escape stuff to keep you awake, different things. Second was maps, silk maps, okay, France, Germany. Third was money, and the 4th was a language card. Haben Sie ein Tasse Wasser? As well as my grandmother talking to me. He answers me back, and I understand him. Yiddish. And I'm looking for words, and it's Yiddish. Okay? This time we walk into the hut. He calls up, and I didn't see this woman come out of the rooms. And she came over to me. They brought me, instead of water, a warm bottle of beer, and it had that snap thing, but I had already washed the quid. And she said in German, do I need help? And I answered her without thinking. Her boyfriend came running. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? We had a conversation. As long as I could slow them, because I hadn't spoken Jewish in, quite a while. So some of the words I'm looking for on the sheet. So again, not only the Bibles, I'm the only one that has on his prison record that I speak Yiddish.
The enemy is winning. We
So
must
they had me as
counterattack.
Yiddish. All right, well, so now I knew, okay, he apologized. He had to go, he had to march and walk to come. The SS was coming to get me. Okay, beautiful Mercedes Benz with the top down. I was approaching. I see my waist gun up. P.S. They came to pick me up. The SS got out, 6'2", all he had was pistol. And he come over to me, real close, looks at me in perfect English. What's the matter? You didn't have time to shave? And I didn't have time to shave because the night before I was told I'm not flying. But because the pilot didn't know if we're waiting an hour or more, he was afraid to let me go shave. Okay, and he tested, you put on the oxygen mask, and if it's not leaking, you're all right. Because if it's stubborn, we'll keep it away. Well, anyway, we're now in prison camp, and we come, they didn't do anything. There was some fighter pilots, there was whatnot. Well, anyway, I started in talking. When I walked into the room, we had made up that you don't know each other, because there was something that they hated the flying because of machine gun and everything. Well, anyway, they marched us to this hospital. Okay, and everywhere there was a school, you went around the block 3 times to make it look like you had 3 times the number of prisoners. Okay, well, you went to the interrogation, and there was this guy. He was already up at the table with the interrogator. His face was black and blue. Okay, and we American pilot was behind me. Okay, and my turn came. Oh, he said something about, you're Jewish. And of course, he said yes. Okay, now it's my turn. Well, I watched him tear the dog tag, so I took the dog tag and threw it on my own and threw it on the table. And so I'm on to him, darn proud. He got up, he looked at me, smiled. We don't kill Jews. Perfect English. P.S. The dog tag goes to the German Red Cross. That goes to the Swiss Red Cross, which goes to the American Red Cross, which goes to the War Department. And that's why the second telegram said, from information from the International Red Cross, he is now a prisoner. That's how they knew I was, and then you're coming to camp. Okay, in camp, again, on the train load, going from Wetzlar, Germany to Pomerania. We were between Stettin and Danzig. Stalag 4, there were 3 types of camps in Germany. Your concentration camp for the European Jew, a Stalag for the work group, the infantry, everyone below sergeant, okay, and then the Stalag, the Air Corps. But we were the only ones that were really interrogated. Okay, I was in, what do you call it? Confinement the first night. Okay, all alone. In the morning, somebody walked in with an American uniform, gave me a cigarette and said, "Where you from?" "Brooklyn." "Who's on first base at the Dodgers?" Okay, we're talking baseball, and then suddenly he says, "Who's your gunnery officer?" I said to myself, "Wait a minute. What the hell has that got to do with Brooklyn?" Shut up. Okay, you got your uniform, pair of shoes, certain things from the Red Cross. Spoon, fork, knife. Yeah, I have it. Okay, the knife broke. Okay, but anyway, you're now, I think we stayed there 3 days, 4 days. We're on a boxcar going to Pomerania, to between Stettin and Danzig. Okay, and the German guards are walking around with the newspaper. And I figured, well, there was a big picture of Roosevelt, no hands but claws, holding on to the Rock of Gibraltar. I went over to the German guard, my Yiddish, can ich sehen? Okay, invasion? Okay? And he says, yes, invasion. So it was June 6th, we knew of the invasion. That's when I, arrived at camp. But one of the prisoners heard me talking to him, and he thought I spoke real German. Well, anyway, when we got to camp, okay, they wanted me to watch this guy, Mike Tricky, okay? They thought he was collaborating. If he got up, I got up, okay? We were locked in the barracks, but sometimes they locked the German in there too. They didn't. So I was asked to become room leader so I would have access to walk around. So I had access. I met this guy's friend, and he took me, and who the leader was, Paul. Okay, I was introduced to him, and I said I can, speak, broken, whatnot. First thing I got was clippers. Okay, you clipped your hair. Okay, now it's the camp was a place of no running water, no hot water, no showers, no food, no cleaning utensils, no brooms, no brushes, okay? No oven, no heating in the barracks, no food, okay? A piece of bread, 1.5 inches thick, okay? Like 2 slices of silver bread or this bread, okay? 4 potatoes and something that they called chicken soup, okay? The supposed to be supplemented with a Red Cross parcel that had 12 pounds, okay? I have the sheeting as to what it is. You had a can of bully beef, you had a can of Spam, a D-bar, cigarettes, 4 packs, crackers, I think either salmon or tuna fish, some pate, something that was jam, cheese, okay? Instead of lasting what's supposed to 1 week for one prisoner, it was 2 of us for 3 weeks, okay? I gave up my chocolate for cigarettes. So Stanley, he gave me his portion of cigarettes, and I gave him my portion of the chocolate. And then it was all up to you. I mean, it was really, we didn't work, so basically it was like baseball time. and our leader made everybody get up. Okay, we had no showers, so you go out. In each room were 12 to 14 pitchers. Okay, you went at about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, filled them up, and put them in the room from the big pump. Okay, winter they froze, so there were times we had no water. But you daresn't use that water to wash your socks or even brush your teeth. That was drinking water. We would ostracize you if you drank the water. We would punish you because that was the only liquid that we can drink in the barracks. And life went on. You ran out of cigarettes. I mean, everything that flew, crawled, or walked shared with you. If I had a piece of Spam under my pillow, if I had a piece of bread under my pillow. So everything that you left under your pillow, how come we didn't get ptomaine? Diarrhea and dysentery ran rampant. By the time I got to the camp, it opened 3 weeks earlier than it should have. They already picked the kitchen crew. They would take the potatoes with kohlrabi, with rutabaga, dehydrated cabbage, everything that would give you dysentery and diarrhea. It ran rampant. Everyone in camp had diarrhea or dysentery. Lice was everything. Okay, and you just followed, 3 times a day roll call. And then they brought in a couple of thousand British. Okay, they had been prisoners 2-3 years. They asked to take over. Okay, they said no, we're not going to fall out for the afternoon roll call. The Germans couldn't count. You're out there for 2 hours and they can't get a count. P.S. And the British would drive him crazy, hide somebody or whatnot. Okay, they were always doing something like that. Well, anyway, we sort of minded our own business. The guards used to come in to the room, okay, with just carrying a pistol. We had this one guard, called him Big Stoop, from the TV, Stalag 17 something, okay? I called him every name under the sun. One day, playing Monopoly, okay, and this guy jumped up and bumped into him, and he said, "Ouch." That was not German. His hand went to his pistol, and he looked at us, and he turned to me in perfect English, "You son of a bitch. You called me every name." We became good friends. They were put in there because they had been to Chicago or to New York or to the garment district, who spoke English and understood English and listened to our stories. So again, it was, what it was. Okay, and what, as they say, we got a whole stack of reading books from the Red Cross. We even got, should have gone south, the netting, bug netting, insect netting, and things like that. But they sent everything that you could use, and it was good. Okay, and most of the time, like when we first started, the exercise. So we made somebody was very ingenuity and took a piece of tree limb, made a bat. We made a softball. We would play softball, one room against the other, and then then barracks to barracks to barracks, play each other for the World Series. And that particular day, okay, it was in June, it was nice and warm. In walked these two, they had to be field marshals or something, but leather from head to toe. And I edged over closer to them. And in German, because they didn't know I could understand it, okay, we're losing to these kids. That's what one, said to the other. So, but nobody, said anything. And it's, again, as I say, it went on. What I used to do is I would take 2-3 puffs. Somehow I got some French cigarettes, and they were strong as hell. Okay, you take a lot of water. You lay down in the afternoon and sleep as much as you can, because your stomach is growling. You're going to get the goddamn potato mush. Maybe you got a small piece of beef left. Okay, if there was any meat in the stew, it was horse meat, and very little of it. Okay, and you're dreaming, you want to go home, but you're going to be that stubborn. No matter what they do to you, you're going to make them have X number of soldiers guarding you, because that was so-called your secondary job to it. Okay, the morning I went over to Paul that particular day, I forgot, somewhere at the end of January, and I said, "What do you want me to do today?" He says, "Germans are complaining somebody stole an empty milk can. We had in the Red Cross parcel was a can of powdered milk." What the hell? What they gonna do with it? One can? There's 1 million in the forelocker outside the barbed wire. Well, anyway, I went over to where is the can? On the potbelly stove on the outlet. It fit the outlet. Now, how do you get to the roof, to the chimney? And I knew that a tea, and if you could take 3 cans and cut and do those things, okay, you could make a tea. In those days, you seal the can with asbestos. I mean, it was still asbestos. Okay, well, anyway, I went to who's in charge of our lager. There were 4 lagers, lager A, B, C, D. We were A. And I said, Hauptmann Wolf, if I know he spoke English, if I trade, I can't trade for shears that will cut barbed wire. He says, "You better not." Okay. I said, "But do you have a steam fitter? We can make a tea. Maybe we can make some teas and get some heat. We're freezing our behinds off." It was cold. You got 2 blankets and your winter coat, and you never took your clothes off. I did not take my pants and shirt off from the day I was in the Dulagluft. They gave it to me, the Red Cross package, okay, till we were freed. Well, anyway, I had some guys make drawings, and we sat down, and the steam fitter said in German, yes, Wolf was interpreting the English. Can we do this? Can we, and he answered him yes. And I said, well, he said, we can do it. Let's go. He says, still got a problem. What's your problem? He says, I can't give you him. I can't give you an interpreter. He says, I can't spare anybody. I'm looking. All right, I'll do it. So for 3 weeks, I was the interpreter. I come to the room locked. I go running for Wolf. Hey, what gives? I says, Lowe's. Says, I'm going to make you happy. Oh, you're sending me home. He says, no. He says, we're losing the war. The Russians just broke through. We're evacuating the camp. Where are we going? Stalag 3. Oh, no. He looks at me, he said, what's the matter? I got a package from home coming, cigarettes, a salami, clothing. You're not going to forward it to wherever we're going. He says, gee, I never thought of it. But he says, anyway, I spoke with the commandant, and to show you our thanks for what you tried to do, we have something for you, a gift. And he brought me the book. It was a Greek Bible. Oh, he says, gee, there's another one, wait a minute. And he ran out to the outer barracks and brought in the 5 books of Moses in Hebrew. That's how I got the second Bible, which is stamped from the... and then, of course, we went by boxcar to Nuremberg, forced march. It was the time that I'll never forget it, because we were marching, and I knew some of the guards who came with us, and they got a bicycle and they'd go out and get a barn, maybe 2 miles, 4 miles, so we don't sleep in the open, and maybe have the woman bake us some bread, or we'll give her each a cigarette. So you got 150 guys following. Okay, they'll have cigarettes and things like that. And we're hearing taps being blown, and we're wondering what the hell is going on. And he rode up with the bicycle, and I asked him in German, you know what? He says, your president died last night. So it was Roosevelt's death. Who's president? Truman. Who the hell is he? Nobody knew. And then the story goes that they used to have your latrines. I'll show you the picture. Of course, they had a tanker, and with an explosive device, you lit it, and it created a suction, and they would suck out the latrines and take it out to the field and use it as a fertilizer. The tanker had two Russian prisoners and a German guard with just a pistol. He ran into an American tank, okay? The tank told him to go back, tell everybody at the first shot, lay down, we're coming in, okay? And sure enough, we had a meeting, okay? They did a straw thing, 6 short straws would become our prisoner, and the rest went on to Munich, okay? Sure enough, this was the day of my birthday. I was 21, April 27th. April 29th, Patton came rolling in and knocked the officers' gate down, which I would say the enlisted men were so angry at him. He went to the officers, not to the enlisted men. And the Geneva Convention said that officers and enlisted men will be separated. But that wasn't the thing. The tanks would roll up on the highway way ahead of everybody and free a camp, and then get caught themselves because they couldn't keep up with the tanks at times. He was really, moving. And then we had to be deloused. We waited 2 weeks or 3 weeks for them to bring in water tankers, make showers. Water delousing is a shower with a heavy caustic lotion, okay? And then they flew us to Camp Lucky Strike, where we came home by boat. They sent us home for 60 days, and then I was discharged. I got home mid-June, home for 60 days. Then I was discharged in October on score points. I was the second go-round. You needed 80. I had 79 on the first go-round.
Sir, it's an amazing record of service, both in the air. Your endurance through the time as being a prisoner of war is extraordinarily inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us today, and thank you for your service to our country.
I think that the will to live was somehow instilled in all of them. I don't know of anyone who was that melancholy. Okay, yes, okay, you didn't have the fear anymore. Okay, you now didn't see in your dreams a parachute burning. You didn't see airplanes spiraling. Okay, you didn't see a wing fall off. In a way, nobody shot at you. Okay, there was no flak at you. You didn't hear the noise. If you, in between roll calls, you could lay down, go to sleep. You do whatever you want to do, walk or whatever you want to do. But I think one looked at the other, and he didn't look afraid. He didn't look scared. We had 3 doctors. Okay, they were captured in Africa. They were given a choice: be prisoners of war or be prisoners in a prison camp as doctors. And they chose as doctors. Okay? The German doctor was better than the American doctors. I got 3 stitches. I got playing baseball. Okay? Walk afraid. He didn't look scared. We had 3 doctors as doctors. I got 3 stitches. I got playing. Okay? The German doctor was better than the American doctors. I got 3 stitches. I got playing baseball. Okay? I had to go from one compound to another, to the infirmary or little hospital that we called it. And they had to signal the towers and make sure, because if they crossed over the warning fence, the tower would open up. Only 2 prisoners were killed. One was shot. They claim he jumped out a window from the barracks, and we found he had a wooden bullet that poisoned him through. And the other one was an Englishman. They were so jammed up with prisoners that in between the barracks, you had 10-man huts. 9. 3, 6, 9. There was a thunderstorm, lightning. The mid-barracks blew up. Imagine the bolt went around one and into the mid. We revived 8 or 9. One we couldn't survive from the lightning. So, again, then it was just getting used to. Okay, I was fortunate. Doris had been corresponding with me, and I picked up from there. But I didn't talk about it. And I didn't for 10 years, for 2004. And then one day, we took a couple of years, we became snowbirds, and we were going to Florida, above Miami, okay, for 3 months, 4 months, and it just made it that that was it. I didn't, talk. And my brother-in-laws, both, 3 of them, were getting their medicine from the VA, and I was paying a hell of a lot more over it. And Doris did some research and found that there was a clinic in Virginia, at 2 blocks from Fort Belvoir. So we went there, and I guess it was the right time. I went in, they register you, and then what did you do? And I showed them the prison of war record. Hold it, everything. Here's the phone. They gave me somebody's number. and he starts interrogating me. How's your feet? Are they swollen? I'm filing your complaint. It was from the VFW. Hey, Mr. Carr. I mean, it was like boom, 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 boom. And then you get a call. You have an appointment with this guy, with that guy, heart specialist, this. And so I got, yes, as a POW, regardless of any percent or whatnot, you audio, dental, vision, as a prisoner, you were taken care of.
Only fitting. Jerry, it's been an honor to have you with us today, sir. We've been speaking with Jerry Wolf, World War II veteran of the U.S. Army Air Corps, flight engineer and top turret gunner on a B-17 bomber, also a prisoner of war in Germany. I'm Greg Columbus. This is Veterans Chronicles.
User entered your channel.
Here I am, Q, and you're complaining.
Who's complaining?
You!
How?
I don't hang out with you enough.
I never said that. I said I don't want to see you.
Yes, you did. No, you said you don't come and hang out with me and the boys anymore.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I said, why not hang out with the boys? That's all I said. Because I know that you're not feeling well sometimes. So I'm trying to encourage you for better health. And pizza. I want a free pizza coupon from Mexico. Anyways, I'm doing some ship stuff.
That's what I've been doing with. That's why I haven't been on as much.
The enemy is winning.
Okay.
We've got to counter.
No, I'm not. I'm dying.
Really?
Yes, kid. I've only got 10 years to live.
Well, let's make the most of it then.
艦内に火災発生
We'll get you a new haircut. We'll get you to hang out with Snoop Dogg or something. John will just
I want
have
to
to be
hang
a
out with
stand-in.
fucking Snoop Dogg.
John will just have to be a stand-in for now. I'm sorry. Oh, such a pain in my hand.
Dude, I've got a disease in me that's eating me alive.
Tell it to go away.
Yeah, I wish I could.
And my boy Silver.
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
So, what are you doing today?
Nothing.
Okay then. Did you want to do something?
Yeah, I don't know.
You want to mess around in simulator or ships?
No, I
Enemy
just
acquitted. We must counterattack.
want to relax there. I just want to watch films.
Okay. Let's watch a movie together.
艦内に火災発生 船体破損機関部が機能停止
Okay.
Fuck off.
If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Oh, fuck off, phone.
Are you proud of me for beating up those British planes?
The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
Sit. Code. There you go. On! Get them all.
Sounds like an exciting movie.
Go on, Bumblebee. He
These-
doesn't care. Fuck
Yeah.
him up.
Punch him in the nads.
Nats.
Show that turd who's boss. He has robot nads, okay? And if you, I think there's a scene where they get punched down there and they're like, ouchie. So they got robot nads. I'm sorry, man. I hate to break it to you.
Transformers.
I know. Michael Bay and all that. He put robot nads in them.
Bumblebee.
Put more pressure on the enemy. They're
Yeah,
winning.
he gave them robot nads. They get hit down there, and there's like a scene where they get hit down there, and they're like, ouchie.
航空機発見
Fucking do not sneak up on my friend, you cunt. Fuck you, Ferdinand.
The enemy is winning. We must
I don't think Ferdinand's in Transformers. I'm sorry.
空より敵機
No, I fucking bombed the 30 that killed me.
Why would you do such a mean thing to such an innocent creature?
the enemy. They're winning.
Fucking come at me, Payne. I'll shoot you down. Fucking F6.
The enemy is winning. We must counterattack.
空より敵機 航空機発見 空より敵機
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
The fuck out of my sky, cunt!
Operation failed. Head back to base.
We'll win.
That was fucking irritating. That irritated the fuck out of me. Shit. I'm just gonna sit, be all fucking butthurt. Cause my butt hurts. Well, shit. I made 100K. I guess this should be fine. Hey, did you try to invite me?
No.
So you didn't want to do anything with me then?
What do I get next? The M26, the T92, or the T32 or the T32?
Let me look.
You?
I'm looking. You said the T32, the M26.
T32, the M26, or the T92? Because I can't go for the M163 or the T95 because I can order the M163 and I've already got the T95. But I don't know.
Go after the T92. It's a light tank. So it's fast. Sort
Wait a
of.
second. Wait a second.
Silver.
He wanted to do something nobody had ever done, and nobody still has never done. And he's dead.
Our guest this week on Veterans Chronicles is August Bellino. He is a World War II veteran of the U.S. Army Air Corps. He served in the 8th Air Force in the European theater and took part in bombing runs from Berlin to the beaches of Normandy. He is also the author of a book about his time in the 8th Air Force entitled The 8th Air Force Won the War in Europe. And Mr. Bellino, thanks so much for being with us.
Well, I'm very happy to tell every American how the Americans won the war.
Excellent. Well, we're glad you're here to tell that story. Let's begin at the beginning of your story. When were you born and where were you born?
I was born on September 30th, 1922.
I was born on number 8 Henry Street in Maverick Square, East Boston, Massachusetts.
And so if you were born in 1922, you were 19 years old when Pearl Harbor was attacked. Is that right?
Correct, I guess, yeah.
What was your reaction?
I wanted to join right away. My mother held me up. She said, wait a while, and I did wait. I didn't sign. I signed up on July 31, 1942.
And so you enlisted, you weren't drafted?
No, I was drafted.
Okay.
In fact, every night when I had dinner at 6 o'clock, I turned on my little portable radio, and each night Roosevelt had a little girl reach into a barrel and take out 6 numbers. And they kept taking out numbers. They never called mine until finally, one day the young girl handed something to President Roosevelt, and he said, and the next number is 358. That was my number. I said, oh God, I said to my mother, I'm going to be drafted. I said, I'm going to go tomorrow and join the Army Air Corps, which I did. I went to Commonwealth Avenue, where there was a U.S. Army center there, and I signed up. I was sworn in on July 31, 1942, but I had to wait till early 1943 to be called to active duty because they didn't have enough airplanes for the thousands of people who signed up for the Air Force. And that took them a long time, many months, to put them all into active service. When I got called to active service, they sent me to Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville was a very large place. We all spent about 3 days there, and every minute of every day we were taking tests. And finally, at the end of the 3rd day, they called you in and they said to me, Mr. Bellino, we're sending you to navigation school. And I said to the major, I said, but I signed up to be a pilot. He said, we looked at your college record and you just took calculus. I said, yes, I passed it. He said, that's why we want to send you to navigation school, because you seem to know how to deal with numbers. And I said, if I have to, I'll do that. So then they sent me to, they said, go to El Paso, Texas. And I got on the train. It was a long ride. And when I got to El Paso, there were 9 people waiting there for me. They would make up our crew. I was the last one to become a part of the crew. That was in El Paso. Then the next day they said to us, take the train back to Brooklyn, New York. And we got there in Brooklyn.
The next day they said that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we had nothing to do in Texas.
Okay.
So they sent us back to New York. And they said to us, tomorrow, go to Pier 57. There's a boat waiting for you there. And I said, okay. And we all, the 10 of us, wound up the next day in a rather large boat called the Mauritania. I knew the names. I looked it up, and sure enough, there had been a Mauritania 1 in World War I. This is Mauritania 2 in World War II. We got on board, and we headed towards the Atlantic Ocean. Things were going pretty well until we were about, I would guess, 5/8 of the way across to England, and we hit a monsoon and all kinds of things. The ship was just being battered left and right, up and down, and everybody on the ship was throwing up except 100 guys who were in the Air Corps. Not one of us threw up. The reason we didn't throw up was because we each carried 4 bottles of bourbon. And the reason we brought our own bourbon was they don't sell bourbon in England. All they sell is scotch. So we each had 4 bottles of bourbon. Not one of us got sick.
So that calms the stomach, huh?
Oh yeah, it's great for a stomach. And we knew how to drink bourbon. I never had tasted scotch before there, but then that's all they served in our base was scotch. So we got to accept it, but I didn't like it at all. Had no real taste, no no real flavor. But that's all we had. They pulled one kind of a thing on me. After our first mission, the major said to me, "I have a special mission for you. I want you to get in that plane over there and go across, all the way across England. There's a special thing for you to pick up." So I got in the plane and we went to where we were supposed to go. And on the runway, there were several boxes. They were like 5 feet high and 8 or 9 feet long. We put them all in our flying fortress and we took them back to our base, which is at Nettershall. They started opening the boxes. It was all scotch. That was for the Saturday parties we ran every Saturday, and they needed a lot more whiskey. And I guess they think scotch is whiskey. We didn't think so. We thought that bourbon was whiskey. And anyway, that was the thing that we were kind of shocked to know that we went across the whole country just to get scotch. But that's all there was. The first mission was really not a mission. We couldn't have seen a German anywhere from that air, and we just dropped bombs. We didn't drop bombs. We dropped boxes for the French underground. The next day, we went to the meeting place where there was a major, and he would tell us where we were going, etc. And he had a wall that was about, I'm guessing, about 14 feet across. And on the left side of it, there was a piece of wood that he could push the covering on the wall aside slowly. And as he moved this piece of cloth to the right, we got letters. B, and then E, and then R, and then L, and then I, and N. We know how to spell the word Berlin. That was our second mission to Berlin. And we knew it was going to be a pretty bad situation because our fighter planes that were escorting us didn't have enough gasoline to take us to the target. So we went south, and then we went east across France. When we came to the eastern border of Germany, we turned left, and we started way up as far as we could go to get towards Berlin. When we turned left, the Germans had a flying field on the left and a flying field on the right. On the left, they had Messerschmitt 109s. That was their best airplane. On the right, they had Messerschmitt 190, the Focke-Wulfs. Excuse me, I said Messerschmitt, I meant Focke-Wulf. So they had two different airplanes waiting for us. As soon as we turned left to start up towards Berlin, they attacked us. And our planes, the P-51 Mustang and the P-38 Lightning, they didn't have enough gasoline to get to Berlin. So when they got to the Berlin line, they turned around and went back to base. They left us unguided. And that was, I think that was a mistake, because a flying fortress, we have 8 or 9 guns, but we have a hard time knocking off a plane that's coming at us at 240 or 50 miles an hour. So the advantage turned to Germans. We went up to Berlin, dropped our bombs, we caught fire to the city, and we got back home. And then we realized, when they counted the planes, we had lost 57 bombers. That's 570 airmen. That's a very big loss, 570. And the reason was that our fighter pilots did not have enough gasoline to take us to the target. Well, we got out of our airplanes. The colonel greeted us over here, and then a sergeant came by, and he said to the colonel, he said, "You know, Colonel," he said, "why can't we build something like the shape of a barrel, maybe bigger, and make it the length of the wings of these airplanes, and fill them up with gasoline and bracket them under the wings of each airplane?" And the colonel said, "That's a pretty good idea. We'll do it tonight." They had one hangar in which they could repair airplanes and they could make things. And all night, these 3 or 4 people made 4 of these things, whatever you want to call them. They were like a great big barrel. They filled them up with gasoline. They made the angle iron to fasten them to. And from that point on, our fighter pilots stayed with us to the target because they had enough gasoline. That guy probably saved hundreds of lives by telling the colonel, why don't we make these things like the shape of a barrel? And I went to the colonel, I said, Colonel, don't you think he should get a medal? And the colonel didn't even answer me. He just walked away. He didn't want to give a medal to a man who really earned one. He saved a lot of lives. But from then on, our Mustangs and our Lightnings, they came with us all the way to the target. And that made it a fair fight, because then they could shoot down a few of the German planes along the way, and we were safer. To me, it was a small thing, but it was a big thing.
That was a huge thing.
Because we now had 2 fighter planes that had rather large gasoline tanks under their wing, they could take us to any place we had to bomb. That was a vast improvement, and that could have saved hundreds of lives. All right, now, one of the missions I want to talk about gave me a Distinguished Flying Cross. The mission was to Liège, which is in Belgium. Liège was the capital of Belgium, and it had factories completely surrounding the city. And so when we went to briefing, the major said, you ought to go to Liège and destroy all those factories, because they are providing the German with things that will harm you, and you must destroy those factories in Liège. So we went south, and then we went east. Well, actually, we didn't go very far east. We stayed more or less in the west, and Liège was just west, a little bit of west of Germany, and there was a road all the way up the whole country, and we learned where to turn left into that place, and we started towards the capital of Liège. We got within an hour of the capital, and they shot down the lead plane. Lead plane had a colonel in it, and a leading navigator, and a lead pilot. They were the top guys. They were shot down. The plane to their right took over, and in 5 minutes later, they were shot down. All the planes in the air scattered, because they figured if the Germans can shoot down 2 planes, they might be able to shoot 4 or 5 or 6. So they scattered in all directions. I talked to the pilot of our plane. His name was Daniel Houghton. He was from Chicago. He was a good pilot. I said, Dan, what are we going to do now? I said, our whole group is scattered. He said, I'll take over. He said, I'm leading the high squadron, and I would take over. So he did something you're not supposed to do. He spoke to planes that weren't inside of you but were next to you, because they said if you talk to a plane beside you, Berlin will pick you up, and they'll know exactly where you are, and they will send fighter planes there to knock you down. But he had to tell everybody that he was taking over as lead, and they had to come back. They were scattered all over the sky. They had to come back and reform into a group, which they did. And then he said to me, he turned around, I was right behind him, he said to me, I need a direction. So I said to him, I used my fingers like this, and I said, I think it's about 15 degrees where I want to be. So I said, try 15 degrees. He said, okay. And he told the group, we had started out with, let's see now, we would have had we would have had 18 airplanes, and we wound up with only 16. And so he said he spoke to the guns all around him, which he wasn't supposed to do, but he said, I'm taking over lead. I'm the high squadron leader, and I'm moving in. Please gather around me. And then he said to me, I need a direction. And I studied my fingers, and I did this, and I said, Dan, try 15 degrees, because that was about like this, you see. And sure enough, we wound up right over the target, and we dropped our bombs. We destroyed almost every factory that was around Liège. We went back to the base. When we landed, the colonel was waiting, and when he saw me, he said to me, you did a great job. I want to thank you. He said, you saved our mission. And I said, well, that was my job. Yeah, but he said, I put you in for a DFC. I said, what's that? He said, it's a Distinguished Flying Cross. And I said, well, I'm going to get a medal? He said, oh, yeah. He said, you saved the mission. And 3 weeks later on my bed, they threw a medal. And I brought it home. Of course, I got it here. So that's how I got a medal. It's the only one I got. Well, I shouldn't say that. I got 2 others, but I didn't do anything for those other 2. One was an air medal, which for some reason they gave you if you finished 25 missions. That was what they did when the group first was formed. They flew 25 missions. Any plane that could finish 25 missions got a medal. So I got a medal for finishing 25 missions. And then the 3rd medal I got because it was a European theater, I think was what they called it, medal. So I wound up, when I left the Air Force, with 3 medals. And they're home. I hide them because I don't want my sons to get at them. They all 3 of them want all 3 medals. So I have to hide the 3 medals. I don't know who will ever get them. They'll have to decide that after they bury me. In order to talk about D-Day, I have to talk about five generals who were planning it. They were in a building in London on the 4th floor, and there was a window, and under the window there were 5 letters: S, H, A, E, F. And for a long time, I never knew what those letters stood for until I kept asking people, and somebody knew. They stood for Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force. Now, there were 5 generals up there. They planned every mission. There were 2 French and 2 British. And we had 1 general there named Dwight Eisenhower. And they voted him to be in charge of the meetings there. And they planned every mission. They told us when to go. Now, in order to understand why they know so much, I have to go back in time. September 3rd, 1939. What happened then?
The
World
Germans
War
are
II
invading.
started.
Yep.
Now, when World War II started, Germany invaded Poland. The British did something that was truly spectacular. They sent 300 spies to Germany. Every spy spoke perfect German. They were told to walk the streets, learn what they could every day, and then around midnight, send the information to the 8th Air Force in England. So every day, sometime close to midnight, but usually about 11:30, these spies would gather up all their information and send it to the 8th Air Force. They would learn, for example, a very important thing for us: if the Germans moved their anti-aircraft guns, we ought to know that, because if we didn't know that, we would fly around a gun that we thought we were going around, but if they moved the gun, then you could be shot down. So that was an important thing that we learned every day, whether the Germans had moved the anti-aircraft guns. I will say this, and I think everybody will agree, they were the best anti-aircraft gunners in the world, because they were 25,000 feet below us. And they could shoot a shell so that it would go up and then it would turn this way and hit the target they were aiming for, which was always a B-17. They kept downing B-17s everywhere. And we had to do something about it. And what we did about it, of course, was to send fighter planes out to destroy those guns on the ground. Now, these 5 generals, no one knows this, I don't think, declared D-Day to be on June 2nd. They chose June 2nd because they didn't realize it was going to rain for 5 days, which it did. It rained 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. It didn't rain on the 6th. It's only 4 days of rain. But it's a rain I've never seen in my lifetime. The rain was as big as a silver dollar. It was coming down in buckets. You could go outside for 1 minute, you would be totally drenched. You couldn't do anything. We sat in the briefing room from 7:45 until 4 p.m. and they said, go to your barracks. That was the 2nd. The 3rd, we duplicated the 2nd. The 4th, we duplicated the 2nd. The 5th, we didn't duplicate the 2nd. We did something else. On the 5th of June, we sat in the briefing room till 5 p.m. We thought they would send us back to our barracks, but they didn't. They kept us waiting there. We waited 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. At 11:30, Dwight Eisenhower comes on the intercom, and he says, my fellow Americans, you are about to embark on a great crusade. And he tells us how many boats are going to be there. I think it was 5,000. And how many airplanes? I think it was 2,500. And if you know Eisenhower, you might know that when he left the military, he was elected president of Columbia University. And what did he do at Columbia? He wrote a book called The Great Crusade, because he was in charge of D-Day. And I never read that book, but I didn't need to. I was there. I don't have to read about how it happened. I was there from 7:45 a.m. until 11:30 p.m. So we went to Normandy. Now, first of all, let me tell you this. In the water, there were so many ships, small and big, that in the briefing, they said to the pilots, you cannot ditch. There's no place for you to put an airplane in the water. So he said, you must test your 4 engines before getting on the water. He said, because you would simply crush several people if you tried to ditch, because there was no water. There was nothing but 5,000 boats of every size. They covered all the water. So that was one thing. The second thing was they said when you start heading towards Normandy, you should test your guns. I had 2 guns. Everybody had guns except the pilots. Pilots were the only ones who didn't have guns. Everybody else had to test their guns. And they said that if your gun jammed, you really wouldn't have time to fix it. They suggested that you turn around and go back home. And 2 or 3 planes did that. They tested their engines and the guns, and they said they weren't working properly, and they made a U-turn, and they left the gang. It was a gang of planes. Now, when they took the beach of Normandy, was sort of like this. And they divided it into 3 parts. We were assigned to the 3rd part, which had a name, Point du Hoc. I don't know what French means, but I have no idea what, I know what point means, but not hoc. Whatever, if you know French, then you can help me. I do not know what the word means, but we were to bomb, each of those 3 places had a 16-inch gun. And a 16-inch gun, I mean, it's that size, it's huge. And how they would think a 500-pound bomb would destroy a 16-inch gun is really beyond me. I mean, it was just a waste of shells. We had 12 500-pound bombs. Every plane carried the same load, but not one of those 3 guns was injured. So we dropped our bombs and we went back to base. We hadn't slept much, so most of us fell into bed. We slept from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. And at 4 p.m., we had a door to the wall here, and our door opens, and a sergeant walks in. He flicks the light on, which is right behind us, right beside the door, and he said one word to us. He said, "Mission." We called him names I can't repeat here because they were pretty foul names. And he said, no, he said, you have to go back out. And he said, because, and this is what he said, the mission is in jeopardy. So we quickly jumped out of bed, we dressed, and we headed to briefing again. When we got there, the major was ready for us. He said to us, up to now, all planes have been flying strategic missions. And they got those missions from that tower in downtown London. That group of 5 generals chose the target each time. But now, things are different, you see. So we didn't know what they were going to do next, because they said you always flew strategic missions, but you're not going to today anymore. And we were waiting, and he said, we're going to send you out on a tactical mission. He said, each plane will fly by itself. It will fly any altitude in any direction, but it must find something to destroy in Germany. So that was that was the end of the first mission. Was about noon, yeah, and we slept till 4 p.m. So that must have been about 6 to 7 o'clock when we were at the second briefing. And of course it was starting to get dark. So we couldn't hurry. We had to refill our airplane with both gasoline and bombs. And then we knew where we were going. We were going to go back to where we bombed in the morning. And from that point, we decided we would go up the coast. And I talked to the pilot as to going up the coast, because I said to him, when we drop bombs in the morning, I said, I looked at the coast. I said, it's a perfectly straight line all the way to the horizon. I said, we ought to be able to find something this afternoon that we can bomb. So, okay, Senator, we'll do that. So I called the bombardier, was sitting behind me. I said, Max, come here. His name was Max Kemp. I said, Max, how far away do you think that horizon is up there? He looked like this and he said, oh, that'll take about 12 minutes to fly there. And I said to him, you want to use your eyesight or do you want to use the northern bomb sight? He said, I'll take the bomb sight. Now, the northern bomb sight was about this wide and about that long. It had a white line here, which was fastened. I don't know what purpose it served. I don't think it served any purpose. But the white line in the middle had wheels under it. If you turned them clockwise, that white line moved closer to the front, which meant that the bombs would go off sooner. If you turned these wheels counterclockwise, they'd come this way, and you'd have a longer time before the bombs dropped out. So Max Kemp set it for 12 minutes. And we sat down, we just talked. We had nothing better to do. Everything was totally automatic. On the 12th minute, the bomb bay doors open, and all our bombs fall out. And underneath those bombs was a very large train depot, very large, one of the biggest I've ever seen. To the right of that was a train. The train, I counted 9 cars, packed. People had their heads sticking out the window. They were waiting. They were sort of standing between the cars. It was packed. They must have put every single person they could put in that train into it. And when we dropped our bombs on the depot, we killed most of the German soldiers. It was the first time we had ever seen the people we killed. Because when you drop a bomb from 25,000 feet, you don't see people die. You know they're going to die, but you don't see it. They're small. They're like a small dot. But this time we watched them die, and it was not a good thing that you want to watch. I was glad that we won that part, but yet you're sorry that you can see so many people dying, but most of them died. And so we went back to our base, and we had accomplished our mission, which was to destroy something. That's what the major said. You must find something to destroy. We destroyed 2 things, the depot and a train. That train was heading south, which meant it was going to kill Americans. We were aimed north. So we were not, I don't think we were too sorry to have killed all those Germans, but eventually it had to hit you when you think that you would wear it like 10,000 feet. We could see everything perfectly, and we watched everybody die. It's the only time in our World War II experience that we could watch people die. It happened on D-Day. So we went back to base. We got there. I think we landed at 11:35 or something like that. And I spoke to the pilot, and I said, are you going to be able to see the runway? He said, I don't know. He said, it's pretty dark out there. And I said, what do you think you're going to do? He said, we got to land. He said, we don't have enough gas to go anywhere. So we have to land. So he said, I've got to find a place to land. And then he said, I know some places, because we land in the same place always. He said, if we could find those places, we could land properly. So apparently he made a circle a couple of times, and then he saw something he knew, and he put the plane down. He did it beautifully, and we were all safe. And that was the end of D-Day. The second mission saved the first mission, as I would rate it. Because we didn't do a darn thing in the first mission. Now, I want to tell you what I learned about D-Day. And I had to go back there to learn it. I asked my wife probably 10 times. She wanted to go to Paris so I could see what happened on D-Day. She said no every time. Then it was in August. I forgot the exact date. She's in the kitchen, and she says to me, we should go to Paris. And I almost fainted, because she had said no to me 10 times at least. And I walked in the kitchen. I said, what'd you say? She said, we should go to Paris. She said, you've wanted to go see where you bombed? I said, we should do that right now. The weather's nice. And so I got 2 tickets to Paris. And then we got a bus down to a place called Pointe du Hoc, where we bombed. And I told my wife, I said, stay on the sidewalk here. I'm going down this, the gun went down at a 45-degree angle. And I went into it, and I realized why we could never destroy that gun. The concrete was about, I'm guessing, 14, 15 feet thick all over. We never could have, we couldn't put a 500-pound bomb there and destroy that. It would be impossible. When I came out of the turret and I looked across the street, all you could see was white crosses. And I said to myself, I wonder how many crosses there are there. And as I was thinking, I looked to the left, and way up the street was only about 8 or 9 feet wide, so I would imagine it was one auto could go up and back, but no two autos could go there at the same time. So at the top of this road, there were 3 soldiers with rifles on their right shoulder marching down towards me. And I wondered, what in the world do they want? So they came 1 foot from me, and the man in the middle, I learned later, was the man in charge of that cemetery across the street where there were all the white crosses. And I said to him, how many persons died on D-Day? And he said, 9,200. And I thought, Lord, that's a rather big number. And I said to myself, that must be a record. So I said, I'll check when I get home. Then I asked him a second question. I said, how many people drowned on D-Day? He said, 4,200. And I thought, Lord again. Now, I must tell you about these 2 numbers, 9,200 total and 4,400 who drowned. And I've got to tell you 3 different stories now. They're all involved in those numbers of 9,200. First was they had some glider pilots. Glider pilots, as you know, don't have an engine. They get pulled by a plane with an engine. Once they get off the ground, they can fly around in the air with the glider. A lot of them crashed. They crashed onto rooftops, to the sides of buildings. They crashed in the street. They crashed in railroad tracks. They crashed all over. That was the first one. Second, the guys who, what do you call them? They have the paratroopers. They were at about 3,000 feet only, I think. And they jumped out and their chutes opened, and they were coming down extremely slowly. I mean, they were just floating in the air like this. And on the ground, more and more German women showed up, and they had something in mind. We found out what they had in mind when they went into the house and brought out pitchforks. They were going to kill the paratroopers when they landed, and they did just that. Everyone who landed was jabbed 3 or 4 times with some kind of a pitchfork. And I don't know how many of them died. No one knew, but they had the number. They must have had the number later. So that was the second thing that went wrong. The third was by far the worst. There were, I don't know how many hundred of these landing crafts that were supposed to land on the sand, take the GIs off into the sand, and then turn around and go back to base. Well, they made this long circle like this, and they stopped. And a sergeant over here decided that if he was to go onto that sand, he could not possibly turn that boat around. How would he get back to England? He wouldn't. 20 feet above him were machine guns, and then there was that 16-inch gun right beside it. So those Germans could have killed every American who landed there. So he decided he wasn't going to go onto that sand. Instead, he said, I'll have my soldiers swim. It was only 15 yards. He said they can swim 15 yards. So he gave the command. And every soldier who jumped in the water didn't come up. Never came up. So you have to ask, well, why not? Why didn't he come up? Because he forgot something. He forgot that every GI soldier had to carry what he would need walking into Germany. And he had things on his back that weighed 65 pounds. He had all kinds of things. And when he jumped in the water, he went straight down and landed at the bottom of the sea there. That's where the 4,400 came from. Every boat did the same thing. They allowed their soldiers to jump in the water, and not one could swim 15 yards. No one can swim 15 yards when they got 15 pounds in their back, 65 pounds in their back. So that's, to me, I have a great difficulty trying to answer the question, was D-Day a success or not? The only answer I can give is that it was a failure at first, but was a great success in the second mission. So that the best you could say is that it was a neutral kind of event. We didn't gain anything. Now, what we gained took place in June 7, 8, and 9. What happened then? The Army Corps of Engineers came by. They made a road in the water, and then there was this 20-foot high thing which had machine guns on it. They wanted to make a road through it because to the left of them was a Belgian road that went all the way up to the top of Belgium. And in those 3 days, they made huge cuts and dumped them all over. And the tanks, there were tanks in ships, in boats actually. The tanks came down, they went through the hole, and they went up the street, up the highway. And when these people got to the top of that road in Belgium, there was a bridge there. And I'm trying to think of the name of it. It was a famous bridge.
Pegasus?
Huh?
Pegasus?
No, it was something else. Something else. Anyway, our soldiers started walking into Germany. To me, that's the beginning of the end of Germany, because that's when every day American soldiers were marching into Germany. And with the help of the Air Force, I think that said goodbye to the Germans. They did kill a lot of Americans, but we killed far more than they did. So that was, I think D-Day in one sense was a success, but it came after D-Day, not during D-Day. During D-Day, there were too many people getting killed, 9,200. By the way, when we got back from our visit to Paris, I went to Google and I typed, what is the largest number of soldiers who were killed in one day in combat? And the answer came back in like 2 seconds, 13,700. And I said, and where did it happen? And they said, it happened in World War I when a British colonel visited the British trench. Now, you should know that in World War I, there was a trench here, which was British, and 150 yards away was a trench there, which was German. And during holidays, the two trenches got together. They sang songs together, particularly at Christmas time. They sang a lot of songs at Christmas time. They sang the same songs. It didn't matter whether you sang them in German or American. So they weren't fighting each other. But this colonel wanted the British to fight the Germans. So he says to the major who's in charge of the trench, he says, I want those soldiers marching towards Germany here, right over there. You can see it, he said. So the major gives the command. All soldiers get over the trench and march towards Germany. The Germans, they didn't tell anybody, but they had put in 12 machine guns along the whole trench. It was a long trench. It was a very long trench, and they needed a machine gun every few yards, or maybe every city block or something. I don't know how they measured it, but that's how they got 13,700 British dead soldiers. The soldiers had to walk into machine guns. That was the stupidest colonel I've ever known in my history. How in the God's name did he think they were going to walk into machine guns? And our 9,200 was the second largest. And I suppose that's good news. We don't want to be the first one. You have to go higher than 13,700. That to me was, I couldn't imagine that a colonel would demand that those British soldiers walk into those machine guns. But that's what happened. So that's the end of, to me, that's the end of D-Day. Now, I don't know how I would rate D-Day. Sometimes I think it was not a success. Because really, 9,200 dead is not a successful mission. Not when you have airplanes crashing and you have gliders crashing and boats sinking and everything seemed to go wrong, except for the second mission. Every single airplane destroyed something in Germany. So I would say that if the second mission is so good that it must have counteracted what was bad about the first mission. And so in that sense, D-Day is not a total loss.
Mr. Bellino?
Yeah.
Just about out of time here, but we thank you so much for your time. When you look back at your time in uniform, what are you most proud of?
I haven't worn my uniform since since August 2nd, 1945. I don't wear it. It's in the closet.
Well, no, but when you think about your service, what are you most proud of when it comes to your service?
Oh, my service. Well, I'm flabbergasted that I could get a darn medal. I don't know why I got a medal. Because I didn't think that I should get a medal. Because the pilot got all these planes to gather together and form a new group. I didn't do that. All I did was give them a 15-degree heading. And the colonel thought I was the one that saved the mission. But I don't think so. I think the pilot did. Now, I don't know if he got a medal. If he did, he didn't tell anyone. Because I found my medal on my bed 3 or 4 weeks later or something. I don't know. I don't know why I got a medal, but I couldn't turn it down. Hell, I mean that's a pretty good thing to get a medal. But
well, one of the things we hear a lot from veterans is even after they've been honored, they talk about the other person who they think was the real hero in that situation, and that's exactly what we just heard from you.
I think the pilot was the hero.
Exactly what I'm saying.
He
right.
got them on the intercom and said, "Rally around me," and they formed another group. Only the group was less than 2 planes. That's all. But then he said to me, "I need a heading to the target," and I did this, and I was using my fingers that way, and I said, that's about 50. I said, try 15 degrees. It went right over the center of that city, Liège. And so, in a sense, we both should have got a medal. I don't know if Dan got one. He was the hot shot. He said no German will ever shoot him down. Said that every single mission until he volunteered to fly a second tour, and on his 7th mission of the second tour, his plane was blasted out of the sky. He was killed. So Dan never did what he wanted to do, was to fly 2 complete tours of duty. And in one sense, I thought it was kind of stupid. He's lucky to have survived 30 missions. He wanted to go through 30 more missions. When he got to number 7, he was killed. And I was sorry for his wife. She was a young woman, a beautiful woman. They had a small child, and he's
Weapons
blown out of the
released.
sky. He ceases to exist. To me, I think his brain must have shut down, but he thought he could fly 30 more missions. That was a hopeless thing. He wanted to do something nobody had ever done, and nobody still has never done. And he's dead.
You know, I'm 5'5" tall. When I strapped on that P-38, which had almost 400 horsepower, 450 caliber machine guns, and a cannon in front of you, I felt like the other guys didn't have a chance.
You are about to embark upon the Great Crusade.
To meet this mounting aggression.
And make no mistake about it,
General Kenny in the 5th Fighter Command all he had was P-40s and P-39s, and they didn't have the legs or the range to go after the Japanese bases that were located real close, and the Japanese were just almost down to being able to launch an attack on Australia. So he screamed for the P-38s, and we went over and replaced those P-39s with the P-40, and it was a turning point of the war because we could now escort and cover our bombers who went after the Japanese bases, so they could no longer launch attack. We were stationed at Dobadura, and we were going against the Rabaul, which was a very on New Britain Island, the New Britain Island, and Rabaul was a big base there. They had hundreds of Japanese forces, airplanes of all descriptions. They were even being hit from airplanes out of the 13th Air Force in Guadalcanal. And it was there, we went in to escort the B-25s who came in on the deck going after their shipping. And I flew wing. It was a very early mission for me, second or third, I would guess. And we got into a fight with, we had 18 P-38s, and we tangled up with twice that many airplanes, Japanese airplanes. Most of them were Zeeks, Zeros, very maneuverable. And it was during that encounter where we got in a fight. Our tactics were, we never split up more than, we always kept 2 together, elements together. So you had you'd have a flight of 4, that would be Clover Red leader. They had a leader, he was leading, and he had a wingman, and then an element leader, and he had a wingman. And we always broke up and fought in 2s. That way we keep each other's tails clean. And we broke off fight with 2. My element leader shot down 1 airplane, and there were 2 of them there, and I went and got the other one. That was my first one. I always felt, you know, I'm 5'5" tall, and when I strapped on that P-38, which had almost 400 horsepower, but total, 450 caliber machine guns and a cannon in front of you, I felt like the other guys didn't have a chance. And it's a funny thing in that business. You know good and well when you are on, you jump on one of the enemy airplanes, that gentleman knows you're there, and he normally calls out to his wingman or somebody, says, hey, there's a P-38 on. So you had to be very careful. You had to kind of shoot and get the hell out of there. I hit him and I rode him, and then I got out of Dodge. I got away and did that twice. The only reason I know that the airplanes were destroyed was somebody else was in my flight behind me, and they confirmed that that they crashed. I never was a big promoter of running up a score or anything like that, but it doesn't surprise me. The guys that we had 40 aces in our group. Well, I guess when I think I became a fighter ace when I got the fourth and fifth one together at WEWAX, I think. And when we landed at we always debriefed, and because many times, as I said, you would not know if the airplane you attacked really destroyed, and many times your wingman or the guy behind that could confirm the victory. And after we got the intel officer said, well, you know, Captain, you're now an ace. And I said, oh, that's nice, you know. Colonel McDonald was leading the flight that day. I was operations officer of the 4th 32nd Group, squadron in the 475th Fighter Group. And they said the Japanese Navy was coming down with bringing a bunch of troops to land on the city of Ormoc to fortify their forces on the island of Leyte. We had just made the landing on the east coast of Leyte. Japanese forces were in the center, and they had some guerrillas fighting over on the west coast in survivors, the Bataan Death March that had come out when the Philippines, Manila fell. And so he called me, he said, PJ, I understand you got a pretty good mission tomorrow. I said, yes, sir. He said, would you mind if I lead the flight, or lead your squadron? You know, I'm a captain, he's a colonel. I said, yes, sir, you know, no problem. You take red flight, Clover Red leader, you'll be Clover Red leader, and I'll have white flight. Well, we took off going over to Ormoc, and the B-25s were going to go over there and hit the Japanese shipping that was coming down. And Colonel Matt called me when he got over there. He said, PJ, they didn't completely refuel my airplane. I got to go back and get some gas. So he turned around and went back. So I took over the squadron. And I saw some Tonys, that's the ME-109 version of the Japanese airplanes, inline engine airplanes, good bird. I saw about 18 of them in a big V formation. They were up underneath the slight overcast. And I circled around on top of that overcast and came down between them, and I went up and knocked off lead. And I got in a big fight, and I was just pulling around we had maneuvering flaps so we could turn with them. We wouldn't even try to turn with the Zeeks or the Zeros. But the ME-109, the Tony, we could do a little bit. We had maneuvering flaps at that time, L models. And I dropped the maneuvering flaps, I was pulling around to get a little lead on him. And all of a sudden, you know, one minute I'm doing 400 miles an hour or so at 20, 30,000 feet, and the next minute, bang! I didn't know what hit me. Turns out, there was a young man named Lassiter. He's on one of his first, he was relatively new to squadron, and he was the wingman of somebody in the back of my flight. And nobody knows where he came from. I was in lead, how he got into me. He came right up underneath me. I looked up in the rearview mirror to see, I turned because I could almost glide home to home plate. We weren't that far from home. And I looked up in the rearview mirror, and both tail booms had been sheared off. He came up, must have come up right in front of me. But anyway, then the right wing fell off, and the right engine, I popped my canopy, and the fumes, everything came in from that gas from the right engine exploded, and I went out with a kind of the explosion. I had a lot of flash burns. I don't know where we were, maybe 20,000 feet, 25, 30, whatever. But I free fell for a while, because we always free fell, because the Japanese had a habit of strafing us in a parachute. So I free fell out of the fight, and I noticed I was right over the Japanese Navy. I call it my one-man parachute assault of the Japanese Navy. I almost got caught up in the rigging. Boy, they had gunfire going like crazy. Of course, they weren't shooting at me. They were shooting at B-25s, but I went right through that stuff. And I landed and popped my boat, little life raft. And the Japanese at that time, the fleet had gone south. They were all, it was just relatively quiet around there. And I got in my life raft, and I was pretty badly burned. It was mainly flash burns, as it turns out later.
Just keep it up, and victory will be ours.
2 or 3 first-degree burns, but in my arms and around my ears. But I got in there, and this was early in the morning, and I floated out there all day. The next morning, an airplane came over me and circled. By that time, I'd been washed over with salt water, and I'd got my burns. I'd taken out some sulfur that I had. We had little kits in our rafts. I didn't have any water. I'd taken that out. I threw it out because we were sitting on these things, and I got tired of sitting on the damn thing. So I didn't have any water or anything, but I used the sulfur, and I had a shot, so I gave myself a shot of morphine. And he circled around and then came in, and I felt the hits before I even saw anything, and he put, fortunately, he never hit me, but in 2 or 3 .30 caliber must have been went in to my boat, and I could hear it. And it had tubing around it, so I was able to keep air in it, and although it hang with my legs in the water a little bit. He just made one pass and left, because after he made that one pass, or after let me put it this way, the bullets hit me before I could hear the sound, because sound didn't travel as fast as the bullets. But as soon as I got hit, I heard him, and then that's when I turned my boat upside down. You know, it was blue on the bottom, but anyway, I swam away from it a little bit. Of course, I had a life preserver on until he was gone. Then I went back and got in. I washed ashore, and I turned my boat over, pushed it away, and I took all my insignia off. I don't know why I did that. And I went up a little trail, and I heard somebody coming down the trail. And there was a lot of shooting going on because apparently one of the Filipino guerrillas, our friends, saw me coming in. And of course, he didn't know, I guess, whether I was Japanese pilot or what I was. But anyway, he came down and he stood right in front of me. And I heard him coming down. I got off the trail and got behind a great big old leaf. Call them bamboo things, I think we call them. Anyway, I got behind that thing, just off the trail, and he stopped right in front of me. And I was getting pretty faint. I was standing, and I was going to collapse, either that or so. I just pulled out my .45. Normally you had ball ammunition, and we carried a little package of birdshot, because if you went down the jungle, we figured you'd stand a better chance of shooting something with a shot in it than you would with a slug. But you couldn't feed those in through the chamber into the weapon itself. So I always slipped one of those things into the chamber, and with ball ammunition, I would slam it in so that if I needed the ball ammunition, all I had to do was fan that thing and throw that one shell out, and a good round would go in. Well, I'd forgotten that round was in there, and being out in the water, all of the cardboard had opened up and all the shot had ran out. So when I pulled my gun out and put it, I'm like maybe 3 feet behind this guy. I kicked off a round, and it went about that loud. And all it did was hit him in the back of the head with a water paper. And all it did was piss him off. He turned around and he chopped that big old thing I was hiding behind. And I said, Americano. And then I saw he wasn't Japanese. I said, Americano, Americano. And he said in perfect English, why the hell didn't you say you were American? Anyway, he took me in, and I lived, these guerrillas had all survived the Bataan death march coming out of Manila. And he took me into, the guerrillas had survived the Bataan death march, had a regular unit in there. Major Nazaro was the commander, they were organized into he had a battalion of forces, had an aid station. They would boil coconut oil and saturate it with they were getting medical supplies from MacArthur, sending up submarine stuff through via submarine. And they would bathe my arms with this oil all the time. And I don't have too many scars from it, more on the elbows. And anyway, they nursed me back to health. For maybe about 3 weeks, I was up and around. They wanted to be sure they wanted to protect me because they wanted to show all the natives that an American, because MacArthur had said, I shall return, and here I was a living example to them. We had landed on the east coast of Leyte. The Japanese had the middle of the island. That's where Ormoc was, and that's when they had their forces in. The guerrillas were on the west coast with just a small amount of them, probably 150 in total. And I was living with them and fighting with them. And the first cav made a landing on Ormoc going after the Japanese. The Japanese ascended down and they came out and they went into our AO, our area operation. And they just overwhelmed us. We had to get out of there. So fortunately, a Alamo scout, two Alamo scouts dropped in on us. And they radioed, and first of all, a PBY, a PT boat came to pick me up. And there was another pilot there, a Navy pilot, American, had been shot down too, to pick us up and evacuate anybody else to help them out because the Japanese were just overrunning the Filipinos. And they came under fire, and the PT boat didn't get up to me. They turned around, got the hell out of Dodge. But I guess 4 or 5 hours later, a PBY came. And he came under fire, but he didn't care. He came right up on the beach, and both 2 Americans, we got in that, plus a couple of Filipinos. And so I went back to my unit. And I went down, I only weighed 100 pounds, had lost a lot of weight and everything. So I went down to Philippines, Australia, to fatten up a little bit, and got back and resumed combat operations. The Japanese were flying, picking, they had some tankers that they would load up with oil in Borneo and sneak up and get real close to the coast there. So B-25s are going to go over. That's about the only way Japan was getting any oil was from those lanes. So the B-25s are going to go after them. So we accompanied them over there. I was leading the squadron, and out of the group, I was on the 432nd Squadron. The 431st Squadron was flying top cover. And we got over Saigon, and we were engaged by about 30 Japanese fighters. And we were doing pretty well with them, and it was, like I said, I shot down a couple of them. And the 431st Squadron came under fire at after we did, because we were close closer to the bombers, and the B-20, the 431st Squadron was doing high cover. Well, we did the strike with the bombers heading home, and the 431st came down and joined us, and because we felt that there wasn't any enemy problems. Well, they came down below us. To conserve fuel, the lower you were with a gasoline engine, the better. So they got down below, got on the deck. Going home, what do you know? We got jumped by some more fighters. And they didn't even know that they were there. And so I got my squadron in position because they were dead meat. They were right on the deck, and they couldn't turn, couldn't do anything. So I took my squadron down, and we kept the Zeros off of them. When I came back, they wrote that up as a historic event, and that's where I got the Silver Star. But I didn't do anything more than anybody else. Look, I was a young kid. I shot down my first airplane before I was old enough to buy a drink. And I got paid for flying airplanes. And if I got the Silver Star along the line for doing something, helping my comrades in arms, well, I appreciate that. I guess I'm very proud that I had the opportunity to serve my country. This sounds a little unusual that I would say that about myself, and I don't like to do that. So I just say it's a privilege to me that I joined that category of patriots. I became one of them. Some of us sacrificed a lot, sacrificed their lives. I'm proud that I'm a member of that patriotic group.
A little more effort and victory will be ours. The enemy has captured a zone.
Take him down.
雷発見魚雷発見正面に魚雷正面に魚雷
Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours. Victory is close.
艦内に火災発生喪失しました。
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
管部が機能停止。
Just keep it up, and victory will be ours.
しました
Thank you. Awesome!
우겐 니코라이 우겐 니코라이
A little more effort and victory will be ours. Attack enemy troops!
無限にくらい艦内に火災発生我が艦は沈没しつつあり機関部が機能停止
Negative. Just a little more effort, and victory will surely be ours. Affirmative! more effort and victory will be ours. Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close.
船体に浸水あり。
Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close. Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is close. Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Attention to the designated grid zone. Take them down.
Take him down! Destroy the target! Need backup!
す。敵艦撃沈。船体破損。
We're ahead of the enemy.
撃破しました。
bait. COM 1, release weapon.
敵艦撃沈。 左舷に魚雷魚雷発見正面に魚雷魚雷発見艦内に火災発生航空機発見航空機発見
Oh boy, we're the last on the team.
Weapons release.
船体に浸水あり。 艦内に火災発生
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Shinbotsu しつつあり機関部破壊
is winning. We've got to counterattack. If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win. Put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
Operation failed. Return to base.
Hey, John, you there?
Ah,
I'm doing ships. You want to come?
no.
I'll give you a kiss. Okay, fine. I'm just having some fun. I thought maybe you'd wanted to join. I'm doing the big one, not the small one.
Mm.
Okay, I just made it like 100, 200,000 doing it. Just fucking around.
We are losing.
敵艦撃沈。船体に浸水あり。機関部が機能停止。機関部破壊。
him down.
The enemy is winning.
出去去
We need to put more pressure on the enemy. They're winning.
機関部が機能停止
Close up.
Destroy the target.
Well done.
The enemy is winning. We've got to counterattack.
Flap. Flap. Flap.
The enemy is winning. We must counterattack. Engaging the enemy! If we don't do something fast, the enemy will win.
Operation failed. Head back to base.
Withdraw.
艦内に火災発生
Johnny Bunny is the Lonnie. Oh.
restroom.